Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 52nd session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian will lead the chamber in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together in this august chamber in the service of the Filipino people. We ask you to strengthen our hearts and minds so we can unite our country in all the crises that we face. Grant us the clarity of thought and the resolve to lead our people in these trying times. Panginoon, ipinapanalangin namin ang kaligtasan ng aming bansa mula sa mga sakunang aming kinakaharap. Ilayo po ninyo ang aming mga kababayan mula sa panganib na dulot ng novel coronavirus na kumakalat sa buong mundo. Patnubayan din po ninyo ang aming mga naapektuhang pamilya at mga bayaning rumiresponde sa kanilang kalagayan. Tulungan ninyo po sana makabangon muli ang mga kababayan naming nasalanta ng pag-alboroto ng Bulkang Taal. Guide us, Lord, so that we can be the instrument of bringing your love and peace to our country. Fill us with your wisdom so that through the measures we pass, we can uphold the will of the Filipino people and bring glory to your name. This we ask through your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Senate choir will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon, Ontiveros, Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Revilla, Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we take up official matters, we'd just like to recognize we have guests in the gallery here, guests of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, the national finalists of the search for 10 accomplished youth organizations, or TAIO, are here with us. On that side, Mr. President.
Welcome to the Senate.
We also have with us, Mr. President, Mr. Jimmy Paking and Maria Baby Paking from Florida, USA. Your guests, Mr. President. Also.
Yes, welcome to the Senate, our friends.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 51st session, Wednesday, February 5, 2020, and consider the same as approved.
Any objections? Hearing none, journals approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. Senate Number 1325 entitled An Act Renaming Mandaue Causeway in the City of Mandaue, Cebu to Wanyo Avenue, introduced by Senator Gordon.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Resolution, PS Resolution Number 317 entitled Resolution Honoring and Remembering Gabino Gabi de Guzman Tabunyar Jr. for his exemplary and outstanding contribution to journalism and press freedom, introduced by Senator Gordon.
Refer to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Yes, sir. I'm right here, Mr. Minority Leader. Yes, Mr. President, wala pa si Coconut. Si Coconut, si Bamboo. Ready ka na? Manong Ping, are you ready with your amendments? Okay. Sherwin, are you ready with your amendment?
Si Coco Pimentel ba nandiyan?
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration. Before we do that, Mr. President, I believe Senator Pia Cayetano wishes to ask for a caucus to discuss Sitira to our colleagues. She wants to present Sitira to us. Would the good Senate President give a time for the caucus? Do you want to discuss some measures, Mr. President, first, and then do the caucus, or do you want to do the caucus now and then go back to our official function?
Well, I leave it up to the wisdom of the Senate. If you will ask for my opinion, I would rather we take up the VFA issue.
Okay, Mr. President. So we'll take up official matters first, and then shortly after have a caucus. Okay, Mr. President.
Perhaps, yes.
Mr. President, if that is the case on the issue of this divorce agreement.
But Senator Pimentel, the chairman of the Committee on
Our
Foreign
problem, Mr.
Relations, is not
President,
here.
while we are waiting for the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, we just take up, I move that we, with the permission of the body, we take up Senate Bill number 1224, resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1224, Mr. President. That is number 3 in the items for amendments.
All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're in the period of amendments. May we recognize as chairperson Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Chairman Gatchalian, gentleman from Valenzuela, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 3, line 19.
So we are in the period of amendments, Mr. Majority Leader?
Yes,
The parliamentary status? Yes, okay.
yes, Mr. President, period of amendments. On page 3, line 19, replace the period with a comma and insert the phrase such as role-playing in the classroom, community immersion activities, teacher-parent collaborative learning activities, school-initiated values formation activities, simulated activities, and other forms of experiential learning. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments adopted.
On page 4, line 21, insert a new section, section 9, to read as follows. Section 9, parent-teacher partnership and collaboration in values education, period, dash. In recognition of the natural and primary right and duty of parents in the rearing of the young for the development of moral character, the DepEd shall establish linkages and provide the necessary support to strengthen parent-teacher partnerships, to enable parents to perform their vital role in the effective institutionalization of values education under the whole school approach. Then renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments adopted.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of committee amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to open the period of individual amendments if there are any from our colleagues. There being no member who would like to
Senator
propose-
Tolentino is recognized for the period of individual amendments.
Jeremiah, dito, magpapropose na namin.
All right, Majority Leader, we stand corrected. We are still in the period of individual amendments.
That's correct, Mr.
It's a
President.
substitute bill.
Good manners and right conduct. Teach our kids. Diba? We'll teach our kids graded lessons
Will,
on how they should.
Mr. President, will the good sponsor yield to some proposals to amend the bill?
Yes, Mr. President, we're open to suggestion, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just one amendment on page 4, line 4, after the word justice, insert the phrase obedience to the law. Obedience to the law. Insert the words obedience to the law. So it would now, the sentence would now read, comprehensive values education shall inculcate among our students the basic tenets of the observance of respect for oneself, comma, others and our elders, intercultural and interreligious diversity, comma, gender equity, ecology, and integrity of creation, peace and justice, comma, obedience to the law. I so move, Mr.
I
President.
accept, Mr. President.
I have no further amendments, Mr. President. I thank the good sponsor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. President.
Accepted?
Yes, it was accepted, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. There being no other members who wishes to give amendments, we move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
And maybe with the permission of the body, we can make all members present as co-authors, with the permission of the minority leader, that we make all members co-author of this measure, Mr. President.
All right, with hearing no objection, so recorded.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1224 under Committee Report number 27.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 1224 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
We now have, Mr. President, we now have the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Therefore, I move to transfer to the calendar of special order to ordinary business to special order, Senate Resolution number 312. I so move, Mr. President. Oh. Okay, Mr. President, I withdraw my motion and ask for 1 minute.
Session is suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we take up, resume consideration, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 1240 under Committee Report number 31. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
The status is that we are in the period of individual amendments, this being a substitute bill. May we recognize Senator Coco Pimentel, the chairperson, and we have a few colleagues of ours who would like to propose amendments.
To continue with the period of amendments on the resilient bamboo bill. Senator
Thank you,
Pimentel.
Mr. President. The last time that this was on the floor, I had a pending amendments, which I am now withdrawing, Mr. President, after hearing the inputs from our colleagues. So I move to withdraw my pending proposed amendment, Mr. President.
Yes, it was not approved, no? So it
Yes,
is
sir.
not
Okay.
contained in the February 4 copy. We have now with us the approved amendments as of February 4.
So
And
thank you,
what
Mr. President.
What you're pointing out is not included. All right, we continue.
February 4 nang ginagamit? Okay. So on, the minority leader has an anterior amendment, I believe, so because we are now on page 7, Mr. President.
All right, let's start again. It does not matter at this point. Any amendments on page 1? No amendments on page 1. Any amendments on page 2?
Amendment to page 2, Mr.
The
President.
minority leader is recognized.
Yes, we move to delete lines 4 to line 7 on page 2. The reason being, section 3 is a definition of terms, and it says, as used in this act, letter B, bamboo backyard farming. We propose to delete this, Mr. President, because there is nothing in the bill, which, in the body of the bill, which cites bamboo backyard farming.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted. Still on page 2?
Yes, still on page 2, and my notes are on the old draft, Mr. President. I find difficulty going through the...
We will try to help
yes,
you.
yes.
What is the particular point?
Yes, on page 2, line 19, between the word processing and thus insert the phrase process of. So the process of
Process of
bamboo
conversion.
processing is defined as the process of conversion of bamboo, et cetera, Matter of,
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
on line 25, Mr. President, of the same page,
2A.
I don't know,
Whatever.
just
Sige.
the definition of bamboo stand,
Stand, yes,
Mr.
all right.
President. May we, just a matter of style, delete the phrase for plantation appearing on line 25, so that bamboo stand is defined as an aggregate of clumps, et cetera.
All right, what does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Line 28, starting with the word the latter stands, etc. Line 28, 29, and 30, we move that it be deleted. This,
So the last sentence of that subparagraph.
Yes, yes, sir.
We accept, Mr. President.
It ends on stands on line 27. Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Dinilit niya to. Dinilit na.
We go to page 3.
okay.
Any amendments on page 3?
Yes. On
Yes, Minority Leader.
Yes.
And then Senator Tolentino on page 3.
On section 5, this is the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. We propose that we expressly provide in the law that the Philippine Bamboo Industry Council is hereby created rather than citing EO number 879.
Is hereby
We-
created.
Yes.
So the proposed amendment on on line 27 is first the deletion of the phrase composition of,
We accept, Mr. President.
and then
Of we had the...
Oh, wait. Remove composition of. Any objection?
Da.
Hearing adopted.
on line 28, we amend it by inserting the following: the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council is hereby created, period. It shall be composed of the following, colon.
You are deleting as provided for under
Yes,
executive
so that
order.
we can dispense with
All right.
879. So
All
we
right.
just say, the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council is hereby created. It shall be composed of the following, colon.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Just to manifest, okay. We'll go now to page 4 unless there are other amendments on page 3.
Senator Tolentino is recognized, still on page 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the good sponsor, I propose an amendment on page 3, line 21. After the word technologies, insert the words for commercial, industrial, housing, or military purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
Tama. We accept, Mr. President.
Subject to style with the commas.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
yes, sir.
President.
Yes, sir.
All right. Accepted. Adopted. Page 4.
Page 4, Mr. President. On line 2, we move to delete the phrase, who has sufficient expertise on the Philippine bamboo industry. Because,
Yes, sir.
yes,
Yes, sir, we accept.
okay,
So it
All
will
right.
be, the Secretary of the DNR
that's
or
correct.
his or her
Yes.
representative. Yes, we accept, Mr.
All right. Any objection? Adopted.
On line 5, delete the phrase, who shall come from the Bureau of DA Agricultural Research, DA Agricultural Research. Again, leave to the Secretary of Agriculture who his representative is.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objections? Hearing none. Adopted.
For the same rationale, Mr. President, we move to delete lines 8 and 9, starting with the phrase, who shall come, and ending with FPRDI on line
We
9.
accept, Mr. President.
An article is missing.
Sorry?
An article is missing then, after representative and before the OST. What is your pleasure?
No, we are deleting the
We are deleting.
qualifier on,
Yes, you're deleting the qualifier, therefore it shall read. Will the sponsor read to us what letter D would be?
no, it will now be Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, DOST, or his/her duly appointed representative, semicolon, Mr. President. We are using,
Oh,
Yeah.
the new copy as of February 4.
we're using the old copy, Mr. President, because as manifested by the minority leader, he made his notes on the old copy.
Kasi sir, yung new copy, sinama natin sa
Yes, so the period,
Wait,
copy, may pinasa
period
Wait a minute,
after,
Mr. President. Page ano na.
after representative.
Saan na tayo?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
What do we do with the next
Wait.
paragraph?
Can we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Right. Session suspended. Sabihin mo.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Using the February 4 version, so with the
That's on
permission
page-
of the minority leader, if he wants to delete the qualifier, so the amendment should be now on page 4, starting with line 8, the word who, all the way to line 9C,
Yes.
Yun.
DOSTPTRI. So
That's
that
right.
should be
Sir, yes.
deleted, Mr.
So
President.
that is the
Yes.
deletion. All right.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Explain na lang natin.
Mr.
Still-
President,
Still on page 4?
yeah, still on page 4. We propose, Mr. President, that the council be limited to 7 members, 4 of whom are from the cabinet and 3 representing the private sector. That's in general our proposed amendment, so that instead we delete, for example, line, using now the February 4 version, we delete line 13 and 14, the DILG. And so,
One DTI, DNR.
and then we say 3 representatives from the private sector and the non-governmental organizations involved in the bamboo industry. Huh? Okay, repeat that, Mr. President. If we delete the ILG secretary, using the new draft, we can just, we propose, and we propose to amend the letter E to read as follows: 3 representatives from the private sector and the non-government organizations involved in the bamboo industry and agriculture.
Bamboo industry and,
Sorry?
what did you say?
Agriculture.
And agriculture?
Yes. Because that's found in the old law. We can delete agriculture. We can just say 3 representatives from the private sector and the non-government organizations involved in the bamboo industry.
We accept, Mr. President.
Yeah, all right, just for
So-
the record, you are accepting it. This automatically deletes
Yes, sir.
line 13 to line 19A.
Yes.
That's correct, Mr.
All right,
President. So we have
correct.
compressed lines 13 to 19A as stated in
As
the amendment
stated,
of the minority
yes,
leader.
and accepted by the sponsor.
Accepted.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted.
So 7 na lang.
Still on page 4,
So which draft are we now using, sir?
February 4.
February 4.
No more February, no more 4A.
Okay.
No more.
Meron pa ba tayo dyan? Saan ba tayo?
So the amendment will start already on line
13.
20.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
What? Well, the,
We have deleted line 13 to 19A.
I'm sorry?
We have deleted line 13 all the way to 19A and replaced it with your amendment and was already
Yes.
accepted. All right.
So, okay, we delete lines, ano?
Lines 20 to 20.
Hindi mo nakuha?
Yan, sir.
Nakuha.
Hindi, ngayon, ba?
Line 20 to
Nakuha yan.
Okay, our next amendment is on line 20 to 22. We move to delete this, Mr. President. In other words, the DTI secretary should be able to designate his representative.
We accept, Mr. President, in the same spirit as
accepted.
the earlier amendments.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And then,
pa-paraphrase po.
huh? on we move to delete lines 23 and 24 and in lieu thereof the phrase the three representatives from the private sector and the non-government organization involved in the bamboo industry
And
shall be appointed,
agriculture.
etc.
et cetera.
And agricultural, which you said.
Never mind.
No more
Agriculture
agriculture.
should be
Wag na,
deleted, sir.
wag na. All right.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Okay,
Page 4A.
page 4A.
No amendments on 4A.
No, so,
You go to page 5.
wait.
Any amendments on page 5?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is a matter of substance. On page 5, line 5, the council shall be administratively attached to the Department of Trade and Industry. Mr. President, if you look at the bill, the budget is with the DNR.
DNR?
Yes, the budget is with the DNR because the budget comes from the National Greening Program. So, the budget will substantially come from the National Greening Program, unless that is not the case. That's my understanding.
But that is the amendment that was, is yet to be taken up because it was originally removed by the sponsor.
Yes, it was removed, but nevertheless, the reality is when you direct, as the law will direct, the DNR to devote 25% of the area and the National Greening Program to bamboo.
Yes.
In effect, you are providing those funds from the DNR, National Greening Program. Now, I'm just pointing out that that would be administratively very difficult if it is the DTI to whom it is attached. Let me point out here in this particular case, Mr. President, and we can cite the specific case of Senator Lacson, our colleague. He became the SAR for the rehabilitation of Typhoon
Yolanda.
Typhoon Yolanda. The budget, however, was attached or was in the budget of the different agencies. And therefore, our colleague found it so difficult because nakikiusap siya sa bawat ahensya. He had no budget of his own except that, and that the budgets, whatever it was lodged in the different agencies. I am pointing out that lines 4 and 5, which puts the council under the administrative
Five and
attachment
six. Five
to
and
the
six.
DTI, you'll have the same problem. You have to convince the DNR secretary to do this and do that when it involves allocation of funds. That is what I'm pointing out to the good sponsor.
What does the sponsor say?
We are open to any suggestion from the minority leader after that opening statement. So, what shall we do? We move it. Is the proposed amendment to attach it to the DNR, Mr. President?
That's the logical consequence of having the budget for the bamboo, development of the bamboo industry through the reforestation under the National Greening Program. I am just pointing out that the way it is phrased now, I cannot imagine how this will run.
What does the chairman of the Committee on Trade say?
We are open to a proposed amendment, Mr. President, because we cannot develop a bamboo industry if we will not propagate bamboo.
That's correct, sir.
So-
And the propagation of the bamboo is with the DNR.
Hindi ki chairing. Administrative attachment eh. This is administrative attachment eh.
Yes.
So is your proposal, well, let's listen to your proposal.
The proposal is to amend line 5 to say the council shall be administratively attached to the Department of Environment and
Natural resources.
Natural Resources.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Di na.
Yes. Saan dito? Letter.
Still on page 5, any objection? Any amendment? Any more amendments on page 5?
Mr. President, on page 5, may we move to delete in the meantime lines 1 and 4 and transfer them later, subject to style, under powers and functions of the council. That is where it properly belongs, because the present section 5 only pertains to the composition of the council.
So you are proposing that lines 1 to 4 be transferred to
We can transfer it to
section, somewhere in section 6.
to section 6, yes.
6, yes.
On line,
Subject to style.
yes, subject to style, after line 19, sir.
All right. What does the sponsor say?
May I get the specifics, Mr. President, again?
The
Page, where are we now? Page
page
6?
5,
Page 5,
line 1 to 4.
line 1 to 4 is actually a power and function of the council.
Yes, sir.
And therefore, we should move it
Yes.
to after line 19 on the same page,
Therefore, placing it under section 6,
making it under section 6.
which is powers and functions of the council.
Yes.
We can make it a subparagraph F?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, I will accept, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Still on page 5.
Still on page 5. Wait. Just a matter of style, on line 22, place a period after council, period.
To be secretary of the
After
council.
line
period.
22, after the word council, place a period, and to continue, we say, it shall be headed by.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Therefore, page 5A, line 30A is begging to be amended
Yeah.
because it talks about the DTI, which you have transferred to the DENR.
1 minute suspension.
Yes, suspension, Mr.
may-
President.
may-
Session suspended. Di ba?
If it's attached to the DNR, this has no. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
We request for another minute suspension, Mr. President.
We have not resumed. Go ahead.
reason lang naman ang part lang na natin ang reason.
Sarap yung ilalagay sa lumpia yun. Are we ready, Majority Leader?
Ikaw na lang,
We
Mr.
are ready to
Chairman.
resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I believe there is a proposed amendment, so I move to hasten the proceedings. I move that we reopen the amendments to section, what section is that? Section 5,
The
Mr.
earlier
President.
amendment found on Section 5 involving lines 5 to 6, Mr. President.
So I move,
So
Mr.
you
President,
are
that we are
moving
to
for reconsideration.
reconsideration. of the
Reconsideration. Any
earlier
objection?
amendment.
Hearing none, so reconsidered.
We have found a compromise between the ideas presented. So, will Senator Ontiveros introduce the
Yeah,
amendment?
okay, just to shorten the proceedings, subject to style, we provide that on lines 5 and 6, the council shall be administratively attached to the DNR for the first 3 years from the effectivity of the act, and thereafter shall be attached to the DTI, subject to style.
Subject to style, yes. We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Okay,
We're done with page 5.
yes.
And we need not change 5A.
Bamboo industry shall be created to serve the sector. Okay, still on page 5, we reinstate line 28 to 30, which is bracketed. And reads as follows: the organizational structure, staffing pattern, and compensation schedule of the center shall be drawn up in accordance with the Civil Service Commission law, rules, and regulation. We reinstate that, Mr. President.
Reinstate. What does the sponsor say?
Reinstate and then delete.
And then delete the rest of the paragraph.
Delete the bold-faced letters found at the bottom of page 5 all the way to line 30G of 5A.
That's
Mr. President.
correct, sir.
We accept that. If that is the amendment, we accept it, Mr. President.
All right. Accepted. Any objection? Adopted. You now go to page 6.
No, pwede na yan.
Any amendments on page 6?
Just, okay. On page 6, some amendment as a matter of style. On line 5, delete the phrase FPRDI, DOST Picard, and DOST PTRI. So it will just read, coordinate and partner with DOST for continuous research and development, et cetera, et cetera.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Hearing no objection. Adopted.
Line 7, for the same reason, we delete FPRDI on line 7 and on 7A, delete up to PTRI, so that line 7A will start with DTI and the DA.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Yeah, mas naging flexible pa. DNR, DST.
Just as a question, Mr. President, Mr. President, who will draft the National Bamboo Industry Development Program?
The council, Mr. President.
The council? But,
Because that's found on page 5, section 6.
page 5.
Is a question about the roadmap, Mr. President?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
that's
just trying to identify. Okay,
section
okay,
6,
fine. We have
paragraph
the
A.
answer, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, any amendment on page 6? 6A. No
No.
amendments on 6A, page 7.
Okay, page 7.
Ito?
The section 9, delete the phrase on bamboo for commercialization. There is no such department as Department of Environment and Natural Resources on bamboo and commercialization. We just refer to the department. So it just says, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, period. Delete the phrase DNR, DE, and parentheses, DNR, parentheses, on bamboo for commercialization.
From the title, yes.
Yes,
section-
from the
section.
title,
Yes,
sir.
we accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 22, delete the comma after mandate.
Yes, Mr. President, we accept.
All right. Accepted, adopted.
On line 24, commercialization should be replaced with commercial.
That's correct, Mr. President, we accept.
Any objection? Adopted.
On line
Ito, paano ito?
28, huh?
25.
Bakit?
Line what, Mr. President?
28.
Okay. On line, sorry, line 25,
25.
matter of style, delete the word while. On line
We accept,
25.
Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
On line 28,
I have an amendment on line 27, Mr. President.
Line 27, you may proceed.
Should I state it?
Yes, please.
After the period on line 27, add the following sentence. Likewise, comma, the DNR shall use bamboo as the planting material for at least 25%, close parenthesis, figure 25% of its annual reforestation and rehabilitation areas, especially in provinces and towns, which are engaged in or have the potential to engage in bamboo-based industries, or where trees are difficult to grow because of poor site quality, comma, susceptibility to erosion or adverse and steep gradients, period.
saan?
DNR, through the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, ERDB, and other concerned agencies, comma, shall continuously generate bamboo production technology which shall be transferred and disseminated to farmers, period.
Any objection?
Wait, Mr. President, can we seek a clarification? I'm sorry, but the amendment is quite long.
Yes, sir.
Yes, can we read it again, Mr. President?
This is taken from Section 3 of EO 897. So,
Okay.
yeah, 879, I'm sorry, 879. So, the minority leader wants me to reread the...
If
Yes, okay.
Yes.
I will do
For
so,
a
Mr.
priority.
President. Likewise, the DNR shall use bamboo as the planting material for at least 25% of its annual reforestation and rehabilitation areas, especially in provinces and towns which are engaged in or have the potential to engage in bamboo-based industries, or where trees are difficult to grow because of poor site quality, susceptibility to erosion or adverse and steep gradients, period. And then another sentence, DNR, through the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, ERDB, and other concerned offices, shall continuously generate bamboo production technology which shall be transferred and disseminated to farmers, period. We are elevating a provision in the EO into law, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Minority Leader may continue, Mr. President.
Page 7.
Sana tayo?
page 7,
31. Ano to, mali to?
so page 7, we are now on line 28.
Yes.
Okay. We delete on line 28 for research and development up to line 29, and then on line 29, delete Forest Products Research and Development Institute.
So the DOST shall be the main research and
Yes.
development. Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Okay na to. Huwag na to galaw.
And then,
Ito, ano to?
ang dami kong tinitingnan. Yeah. On line 31,
Off page, what, Mr.
on
President?
page
Still page 7.
On page 7,
Page 7.
line 31 on page 7, matter of style. It shall coordinate with. It shall coordinate. Instead of work closely in coordination,
Yes.
it change that phrase to it shall coordinate.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Page 8. Any amendments on page 8?
Page 8.
Senator Villar?
Villar.
Okay.
This is an insertion on page 8, line 3, which we will make it section 11. The role of the Department of Trade and Industry, in addition to its current mandate under this act and other existing laws, the DTI shall continue to provide cooperators such as but not limited to NGOs, LGUs, cooperatives, people's organization or business associations, shared service facilities for bamboo processing and manufacturing. Furthermore, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA under the DTI shall continue to provide trainings on bamboo industry related courses under its scholarship program. That's it. It's an insertion, Mr. President.
It's a new section. What does the sponsor say?
Ito ba? Ito na naman to. This is the, ayun, February 4. Ha?
Wala ba role of the DTI dito? Okay. So it's a new section on the role of the
Yes.
DTI. Yes.
A new section
Yes.
11.
We accept, Mr. President.
And renumbering.
Yes.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
But Mr. President, actually I have an anterior amendment to this, but but it
It's
does not
okay.
affect
Yes.
affect the adopted.
All right, good. So you're
so-
still on page 7.
Page 8, Mr. President.
Page
But
8,
an
yeah.
earlier line 2.
Uh-huh.
If I propose that we insert a sentence after practices period to read as follows. The DOST shall likewise allocate 20% of the budget for its small enterprise technology upgrading program, open parenthesis, SETUP, close parenthesis, and the Technology Application and Promotion Institute, open parenthesis, TAPIE, Venture Capital Program to bamboo-based enterprises. So this is also lifted from the same executive order, Mr. President.
All right. Any objections?
Well, Mr. President,
The minority leader recognized.
can I see the executive order? There is the wording in the, we have no problems with this. I just want to be clarified. The EO 879 provides, it shall likewise allocate 20% of its SME assistance funds such as set up and TAPI venture capital to bamboo-based enterprises. Are we changing this, Mr. President? Because the way the proposed amendment would read, my understanding is that it's the allocation of 20% for each SMSE would now be
Limited.
limited.
Yes, so, given that manifestation from the minority leader, so we will just insert, Mr. President, we will amend the amendment by inserting the phrase, "we did not lift from the EO." So it will now, the amendment should now read as follows, Mr. President. The DOST shall likewise allocate 20% of its MSME assistance funds such as, then I will use the name of the program, Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, set up, and the Technology Application and Promotion Institute, TAPI Venture Capital Program to bamboo-based enterprises. If that is acceptable to the minority leader, Mr. President.
Acceptable, Mr. President.
So I so move,
It's an
Mr.
amendment.
President. We just inserted the phrase MSME assistance funds, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you. Senator Tolentino, Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino is recognized. We're still on page 8.
President, this is an anterior amendment. Prior to the insertion of a new Section 11 relative to the role of the DTI, and as Section 11 stands, which is now Section 12, and with the approved amendments as of February 4 as the point of reference, I propose, Mr. President, that after, on page 8, the same page 8, originally, the original Section 11, which is now Section 12, after the word promoting, insert the words "and utilizing," promoting and utilizing bamboo. Thereafter, after, delete the word enterprises, and in lieu thereof, add the word products. So it would now read, Mr. President, as follows. Strengthen the local bamboo industry by promoting and utilizing bamboo products. To strengthen, to specify the specific role of the local government
In
units,
their
Mr. President.
respective localities.
Yes, Mr. President.
What
We
does the
accept, Mr.
sponsor say?
President. We accept.
Accepted. Any objection?
Thank you, Mr.
Hearing none, adopted. Still on page 8. No more amendments on page 8?
Just question, Mr. President, just clarification.
Yes, proceed.
On Section 11, on the role of the LGUs, the provision says LGUs in cooperation with DNR, DTI, and the DOST, and in consultation with the DA and the National Commission on Indigenous People, when necessary, shall regularly conduct surveys of existing bamboo stands, nurseries, and plantations in the respective localities, and shall strengthen the bamboo industry by promoting bamboo enterprises in the respective localities. Exactly what is expected of the LGU, and how do they propose to do it? We're just asking for a clarification, Mr. President.
As amended, as amended by Senator Tolentino,
How does it read now as amended, sir, if I may ask? Section 11?
the LGUs shall strengthen the local bamboo industry by promoting and utilizing bamboo products in the respective localities.
That's now section 11.
Yes, sir. Renumbered section.
So this section 11 on lines 3 to 8 will be deleted?
No,
No,
it
Mr.
becomes section 12.
Huh?
It becomes section 12.
We have no objection to the
Amendment.
amendment of Senator Tolentino. We just want a clarification. So section 11 becomes section 12.
Section 12, yes.
First, let us remove the the
F.
FPRDI. We delete that, Mr. President.
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Okay. I cannot understand in consultation, the DA and the National Commission on Indigenous People when necessary. When is it necessary, sir?
When there are
When,
IPs,
yeah, when there are
IPs in the area.
properties of the indigenous people which may be affected by proposed bamboo plantations, etc. Mr. President, that's how I understand it, Mr. President.
Well, this is just to conduct surveys.
Yes, sir.
So,
Plus the second part is the promotion and the utilization of the bamboo products, Mr. President.
please.
Senator Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the good sponsor and the good minority leader, then I would like to suggest that perhaps it is necessary, since the role of the LGUs in consultation with the NCIP was mentioned, and in the possible situation that this development of the bamboo industry will be undertaken in ancestral domains of the indigenous peoples, that perhaps it would be necessary to make explicit that this consultation, these surveys, the strengthening of the local bamboo industry be undertaken also as consistent with the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, Mr. President. Subject to staff, Mr. President.
To mention the law, in the
Well,
section.
because the good sponsor in the committee report made mention of the NCIP, and it was further mentioned by the good minority leader that this may be necessary in ancestral domains, then perhaps it is necessary to mention consistency with the provisions of the IPRA law, Mr. President. Subject to style.
Subject to style.
Yes, Mr. President.
Minority leader, sir.
Mr. President, you know, with the indulgence of my colleague in the minority, our experience with the NCIP has not been that favorable. And I do not know what exactly that's why we are asking what exactly does this mean. In consultation with the DA and the NCIP when necessary. We do not know what when necessary means, but if you're going to say that we should secure we should apply the provisions of the Indigenous Peoples Act, there's the provision there on first informed prior consent. Is that applicable, Mr. President?
I think the mandate, Mr. President, is for LGUs to know the extent of the indigenous people's domain, ancestral domain. So that's the mandate, Mr. President. That's why there should be a regular conduct of surveys to find out if there are bamboo plantations, not only in their locality, and which ones are inside the ancestral domains of our indigenous people.
The specific question that we raised, Mr. President, is assuming that part of the public land or the part of the denuded area is covered by the ancestral domain provisions, ancestral domain law, and it requires free, prior, and informed consent. Just for the record, are we now requiring that before you can develop that bamboo, before you can plant the denuded area into bamboo, you have to secure the consent and secure the consent of the NCIP in effect?
Yes, Mr. President, we have to follow the law, that law, as mentioned by Senator Ontiveros.
Well, this is also a law. We can amend that law if you want, but if the sponsor wants it that way, we have no amendment on that then, Mr. President.
So, yes,
So-
that's my interpretation, Mr. President. That
So is that,
in the propagation of the bamboo industry, we still have to observe the indigenous people's rights law. Mr.
okay, Mr. President, as a matter, if that's the policy, then
All right, so we leave it alone.
Yes.
We leave this particular line alone. All right.
yes, we leave it alone.
Any other amendment on page 8?
I have, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
We can play before or after this one?
Huh?
Pwede siya after, no?
Pwede na. Ay, sir, before dapat.
Bakit? Okay, so
Saan na ba yung
the
amendment?
proposed amendment should appear after the new section introduced by Senator Villar about the role of the DTI, because this is now the section, let's say 12, section 12, Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture, shall identify idle and marginalized agricultural areas suitable for bamboo plantations. This should be done without sacrificing areas used for food production. It shall also assist in establishing bamboo nurseries and in bamboo propagation with focus on bamboo shoots production. That is the proposed amendment, Mr. President. This is also from EO 879, Mr. President. To appear after the section concerning DTI. So it will now be section 12, I think, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Ano to? And then, after that section, Mr. President, I propose that we insert a new section. So it will become section 13 with the heading non-governmental organizations. The non-governmental organizations, NGO, and the private sector representatives shall lead in advocating the planting and utilization of bamboo nationwide and in providing market information, market research development, and other similar undertakings. I so move, Mr. President. This is also taken from EO 879.
All right, and making section 12 now, no, section 13 becomes section 14.
Yes, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Ito, ano to? Ano tayo? Ito.
Still on page 8?
Page 8, Mr. President, after the section on the role of the local government units, I propose the insertion of the following section. Bamboo in public schools,
Oh,
dash, at least
wait,
25%.
Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Another
Yes.
section after
Yes,
section, the new
Mr.
section 12
President.
and the new section 13. Are you talking
13
about that?
Nagawa na ba ito? Hindi pa. Mr. President,
Yes,
uh,
Minority Leader.
prior amendment, there is a proposed amendment here which we received from the staff of Senator Pimentel, which proposes on page 8 to delete letter A, appearing on line 12 of page 8.
Yeah, but he has an anterior amendment now.
Anterior, sir. This is actually
Huh?
page 8, line 8, if we follow the February 4
Yes.
version, Mr. President.
The new section 11, introduced by the other senators earlier, and the new section 12 will be followed by a new section being proposed by the sponsor now.
Okay.
This will come before the old section 12
Yes, Mr.
of
President.
provision of incentives. So you may proceed first.
Okay.
Section blank, let's just provide the correct number. The heading is bamboo in public schools. At least 25% of the annual school desk and armchairs requirement of all public elementary and secondary schools nationwide procured by the Department of Education, DepEd, shall be made from bamboo. I so move, Mr. President.
Question, Mr. President, clarification.
Minority Leader, yes.
This is a reproduction of a similar provision
Yes,
in
Mr. President.
EO 879.
Yes.
Okay, which requires 25% of the annual school desk armchairs requirement of all public and secondary schools shall be procured by the Department of Education, shall be made from bamboo. This provision has been there since 2010. Has it been complied with, Mr. President?
Information we got is no, Mr. President.
No.
No. Because.
Then, with that response, the more that we cannot understand why we are increasing it from 20 to 25, when in fact it's not being implemented.
But, yeah, we are increasing it from 20 to 25%.
Yes, but even at 20%,
Yes,
for
I
the
know.
last 10 years, it has not been implemented.
But, Mr. President, we now have this landmark law to start and propagate and then strengthen the bamboo industry. That's why this is the push that we are giving to the bamboo industry, Mr. President.
Well, EO 879 is also a push.
But this is a law, Mr. President, now.
So,
So,
Yes, and if I recall it right, the Minority Leader suggested that the important points of EO 879 be incorporated in this proposed bill of ours, so that there is no EO to look back to,
yes.
when the time comes. But the question of the Minority Leader now is just, is it 20 or 25? What
yes,
is your preference?
We are just being optimistic, Mr. President, and then, of course, if you increase the target, then we push people. We are pressuring people to improve the industry. But we're open to 20% if should the Minority Leader.
No, we're just raising the question. We're not
All right.
objecting to the amendment. if
Yes,
that
I
is the
think
desire of the
that is a
gentleman.
very good approach. Raise it up, and then we might wake them up this
Yes.
time. All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted. Still on page 8?
If the Minority Leader has no amendment.
Yes, I think he has.
Before line 12, I have a proposed amendment.
Please, no amendment,
okay.
Mr. President.
So the idea now, Mr. President, is to delete the incentives, especially the the fiscal incentives. So on page 8, I move that we delete the entire subparagraph A, which are from lines 12 to 17, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
Just a prior amendment, a matter of style.
Yes.
On line 9, we just say the title, the heading should be incentives. Never mind that very long provision.
So the title, the proposal is to make this section just
Incentives.
entitled incentives.
That's correct, sir.
What does the
It's
sponsor
a
say?
one-word heading?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Adopted.
Incentives. Page 8, line 19, replace the term government share with rent.
Rent.
So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Page 8. Ito ba? Tanggalin. Ha? Lines 20 to 21. Delete the phrase, for the first 10 years or when the plantation owner starts to harvest the nursery or plantation. I so move, Mr. President.
So just a clarification, nursery and plantation owners shall be exempt from the payment of government rent for the use of public lands.
Yes, Mr. President.
That's all, and then we delete the rest.
Yes, Mr. President.
What do you do with the for commercial bamboo plantation? That is not included in subject to existing. You're not removing that, no?
It will now read, okay, to Mr. President, to be very clear. After the, if the proposed amendment is adopted, the section B, subparagraph B of section 12 of the February 4 version will now read as follows. Nursery and plantation owners shall be exempt from the payment of rent for the use of public lands for commercial bamboo plantation subject to existing
Yun.
tenurial agreement with concerned government agencies.
All right,
I so
correct.
move, Mr. President.
All right. Any
Ano
objection?
to? Ano to isa?
Hearing none, adopted.
Okay.
Page 8, lines 24 to 25. After the word government, I move to delete the phrase and other fees or taxes imposed by local government units. So it will now read as follows. C, plantation o sa paragraph C, plantation owners in public land shall be exempt from the payment of forest charges that may be imposed by the national government.
Yes. Any objection? Adopted.
Page 8, lines, I move that we delete lines 26 to 29. That means the entire subparagraph D, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Starting on page 8, lines 30 to 31, all the way to page 9, lines 1 and 2, I move that we delete the entire subparagraph E, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Page 9, Mr. President.
Yes, page 9.
On page 9, I move that we delete the entire subparagraph F, which is found from lines 3 to 5 of page 9, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Ito. Some styling amendments, Mr. President.
Proceed.
On page 9, line 27, after the word products, we delete the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, adopted.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. President.
Yes, the minority
Before we
leader.
leave
Hindi na to.
page 9.
Hindi na to.
Line 15 says bamboo plantations
Ito.
and plantation development equipment shall be covered by the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. Has this been cleared by the PDIC? I'm sorry, PCIC?
PCIC.
What is the?
Insured.
Covered siya ngayon.
Will it change any of the assumptions on the crop insurance law?
This has been cleared, Mr. President, and as of the moment, they are covered, Mr. President.
Sorry?
They are covered right now.
Okay.
As
We will
existing.
just for
Okay,
clarification. Okay.
So anyway, we are after page 9, line 28. Any amendments?
Some styling amendments, Mr. President. Page 9, line 31.
Mm-hmm.
We, what is this? is. Mali ito. So, the DNR is not correct. It should be DOST dash FPRID apostrophe, FPRDI apostrophe S, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Adopted.
Ano po isa? Page 10, Mr. President. Line 13. In the line 13, in the repealing clause, before line 13, page 10, before the word any, let's insert Executive Order number 879, capital S period 2010, is hereby repealed, period. And then to be followed by the next sentence, the original sentence.
Amendment to the
The
amendment.
Minority Leader.
Can we just have it in one sentence? EO 879 and any law, et cetera, et cetera.
And
Matter
any
of
law,
side.
yes, but is here. Okay, EO
I'm sorry,
879 C, can we mention the series?
I'm sorry, we repeal the whole of 879. Is that the intention, sir?
Yes, Mr. President, that's the
So we
intention.
repeal it specifically. Yes, sir. We withdraw our amendment to the amendment.
Oh, so okay. How does the proposal of the sponsor again appear? EO 879, comma, any law, comma, et cetera, et cetera. Is that how you want it?
I think the minority
sponsor
leader-
would want to specifically repeal EO 879, Mr. President.
That's why you want it placed before the word any.
Yes.
A sentence, Mr. Yes, it's a sentence, Mr. President.
Yeah. the start
Executive
of
Order
the
number
sentence.
879, series of 2010 is hereby repealed, period.
Separate sentence.
Yes, and then
okay.
any law, presidential
And
decree,
then thereafter, okay.
and
Okay. Separate sentence. Any
And-
objection? Hearing none, adopted.
and the same repealing clause, line 15, the word hereby, if we will, I propose that we replace this with the word likewise.
Provision is likewise repealed. Replacing hereby?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
We have reached the end of the road, Mr. President.
On the title, Mr. President, matter of form and
All
style,
right. The minority leader is recognized.
delete the abbreviation BIDC.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Adopted.
Andun yung word. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
May
Thank
we
you,
ask for a clean
Alright.
copy, Mr. President?
Thank you,
before-
Minority Leader.
Before we approve it on
Yes.
second reading,
Yes.
the President Pro Temp is recognized, Senator Ralph Recto.
Just a query, Mr. President.
Yan lang.
I was listening to the amendments earlier. May I know how much already are we allocating for this Bamboo Development Act?
Already?
Yeah, based on the amendments introduced and accepted by the plenary. Yeah.
On page 9, we have a section on appropriations,
100 billion.
which goes as follows. The sum of 100 million pesos to be sourced from the unexpended contingency fund of the Office of the
Yes.
President, comma,
So that's one funding source.
yes.
And then there are several others, is that correct?
The existing budget for bamboo industry development under the DTI, comma, how much is that? How much is that? And then the third one is the existing budget allocation for DOST, FPRDI's bamboo-related research and development.
Yes. And how much would that be?
And, yeah, we were looking at the records, Mr. President. And then the fourth one, the existing budget allocation for DNR's BPDP. So four funding sources.
And then the National Greening Program as well?
No, but the National Greening Program will be the one used to, for reforestation, where we have the mandate to,
Yes,
to
that's
use
correct.
bamboo.
Yes, and how much is that?
From the previous interpellation, that was 4 billion.
Yes.
We
So that's
put
at
it
least
for
1 billion.
1 billion, yes.
Okay?
But that is not how to compute. We are not after one.
The amount.
We are not after the amount. We are after the.
No, that is precisely my question. How much are we spending? Because kung 4 billion at roughly 25%,
Yes,
that's roughly 1 billion.
Roughly.
Yeah? And all the others from the DOST. And so how much are we spending under the measure?
What's the answer?
And are we taking it away from any other industry?
No, Mr. President, because this is already the budget of the National Greening Program. We are just directing that the planting material for the National Greening Program be at least 25%
And
bamboo.
do we know specifically what type of bamboo we will be planting? Kasi maraming
That is
klaseng bamboo. Yes.
That is precisely the purpose of the council, Mr. President, for the bamboo roadmap.
Yes.
So even the species that we plant, where we
Okay.
plant, and etc.
Okay, and just finally, for the record, how much are we spending again, total?
Yeah, that's it. The law directs also, saan yung setup? DOST, DOST, another section, because we're still looking at the figures for the other one. When it mentions set up, which is the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program
Yes.
under DOST, the total budget for that is around 850 million, but we said 20%, so around 170 million.
Okay, and we will
And
be
then-
taking that away from someone, is that correct? The 170 as well?
That's already allocated for, it's already funding, and it's already an existing funding under the DOST for set up this Small Enterprise
Correct.
Technology Upgrading Program.
Correct, and we're helping several industries set up, right? And we're saying 20% of that for bamboo.
Bamboo, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
there's an
and then
amount.
we
Yeah.
have also this Technology Application and Promotion Institute Venture Capital. That's 36 million, so 20% of that, roughly 7 million pesos. So how about the three other funding sources? Can we answer? We are still looking for the amounts for the three other funding sources, Mr. President. So, a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Sino makakatulong dyan? Ito.
I think they're totaling it lang.
Okay, okay. But sorry, Lisa.
Hindi, pero hindi. Sagutin natin ang specific yung tanong. Specific yung tanong. No. Existing budget for bamboo is under the detail. Magkano? No. Existing budget. Existing budget, sabi natin.
Ano? Di kaya?
We are ready to resume, Mr. President.
Yes, the session is resumed.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the distinguished
To,
lady.
to address the query of Senator Recto, we will come up with the figures. We need more time, so by tomorrow, Mr. President.
All right, then in the meantime, may we ask, yes,
Senator
Senator Tiveros
please,
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record, good sponsor, may I clarify why it is that in the original Section 12, provision of incentives to investors in nursery and plantation development and bamboo enterprises, letter B they shall be exempt from the payment of government share for the use of public lands for commercial bamboo plantation for the first 10 years, and so on. Whereas letter C shall be
It is-
exempt from the payment of forest charges that may be imposed by national government and other fees or taxes imposed by LGUs. And letter D shall be exempt from the payment of import duties for imported machines and equipment to be used exclusively therein. There is no time limit, Mr. President.
The time limit has been removed.
Oh, the time limit in letter B, Mr.
Yes.
President,
Yes.
of the first 10 years has been
Yes.
removed. I see. So therefore, there is consistency now. No time limit for letters B, C, and D, Mr. President.
Yeah.
So this is in perpetuity already, Mr.
Yes,
President.
correct, correct.
I see. Thank you, Mr. President.
Precisely, we need a clean copy so that
Yeah,
we
precisely,
may
yes,
be
Mr.
able to
So, Tom,
scrutinize the amendments that were made already
Yes, Mr. President.
before we pass it on second reading.
Yes, there's a request
Okay.
among
Thank
our
you, Mr.
colleagues,
President.
Mr. President, that we come up with a clean copy, and we'd like to direct the Secretariat to do so, Mr. President. With that, we can suspend consideration after, and resume once we get the clean copy, probably by tomorrow, Mr. President, as
All right,
requested by the
so
staff.
what is your motion? Is your
I move
motion to
with
suspend
the
lang
permission of
consideration?
of the sponsor and the
Ah.
members, that we suspend the consideration of the same till tomorrow
All
morning.
right.
Till
Any
tomorrow afternoon.
objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Ito pong pinaka-comprehensive na Bamboo Development Act na
Well, I was calling it earlier the Resilient Bamboo Bill.
the Resilient Bamboo Bill.
But apparently, it's not...
It is a well-thought-of
no,
measure,
the-
Mr.
it
President.
should be, the short title should be the long-lasting bamboo bill.
The long-lasting. As a matter of fact, I'm so inspired, Mr. President, that next week I will file a cacao bill and ask also Senator Coco to sponsor the Cacao Development Industry Act.
All right, Majority Leader, can we have a few minutes?
Yes, Mr. President, I move to suspend session for a few Senate minutes.
Session suspended.
Focus muna tayo, guys. I request. Pay to issue, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move for the additional reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, resolution, PS Resolution Number 318 entitled Resolution Congratulating and Commending Alex Ayala for winning first Juniors Grand Slam title in 2020 Australian Open, introduced by Senator Pacquiao.
Deferred to Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 42, submitted jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes, and Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations on PS Resolution number 106, introduced by Senator Drilon, entitled Resolution Directing the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported eligibility of Antonio Sanchez for an early release from prison with the end in view of ensuring the proper implementation of and enacting remedial legislation to Republic Act number 10592, PS Resolution number 107, introduced by Senator Soto III, resolution directing the Senate Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Constitutional Amendments, Revision of Codes and Laws, and other appropriate committees to review in aid of legislation the implementation of Republic Act number 10592 on Good Conduct Time Allowance, GCTA, with the end in view of amending the same in order to ensure that those prisoners who truly deserve the law's benefits shall be granted of the same. PS Resolution number 108, introduced by Senator Binay, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the implementation of Republic Act 10592, particularly the computation of the Good Conduct Allowances, GCTA, of persons deprived of liberty in light of the impending release of 11,000 inmates due to the revision of the computation of GCTA and its retroactive application. PS Resolution number 123, introduced by Senator De La Rosa, resolution urging the Department of Justice and Department of Interior and Local Government to review, amend, and modify the issued implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act number 10592 to reflect the legislative intent of the Congress with the end in view of upholding the impartial delivery of justice. The privileged speech on the Good Conduct Time Allowance of Senator Richard J. Gordon, delivered on August 27, 2019, and motu proprio by the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers Investigations, invocation by the Blue Ribbon Committee Chairman of Rule 10, Section 13 of the Senate Rules that the Blue Ribbon Committee may undertake an investigation on any matter of public interest on its own initiation, motu proprio, recommending the adoption of the recommendations and their immediate implementation, sponsor Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we, with the permission of the body, I move to consider or to move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Resolution number 312. So move, Mr. President. Oh,
Perhaps
okay.
we can go to
We will take
PS.
up, my apologies, I withdraw
310
I
first.
withdraw my motion. I thought it was part of the additional reference of business.
310 perhaps.
Yes, I move that we, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 310.
All right.
I
Any
need a
objection?
copy of this.
Consideration of 310 is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure without prejudice, inserting the text
The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
for the record.
Resolution creating a select oversight committee on intelligence and confidential funds, programs, and activities.
Yes, Mr. President, just for the record, this Oversight Committee on Intelligence Confidential Funds was actually also a creation in the 17th, was created during the 17th Congress, Mr. President. This is a special committee for this particular issue. The measure now is in the period of sponsorship, Mr. President. There'll be no objection with our colleagues. We move that, and no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move to close. See, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to propose amendments. I move that we close the period of amendments.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 310. I so move.
Hearing no objection, PS Resolution 310 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the Senate President to elect the members.
Designate
Or designate the members. for
members,
the-
yes. With the concurrence of the body, we hereby designate Senator Pampilo Lacson as chairman. And then for the members of the majority, the members are Senator Bongo, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Grace Poe, and Senator Nancy Binay. On the part of the minority, Senator Francis Pangilinan and Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and anyway, the leadership is ex officio, so we're members of the committee. Mr. President, is the resolution ready? Or would you
Wait,
like to ask the Secretary?
the designation is over by one name.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Yes, session suspended. Okay. Session resumed. The presiding officer would like to correct the designation. It'll be Senator Lacson as chairman, and 4 members of the majority would be Senator Bongo, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Tolentino, and Senator Nancy Binay. On the part of the minority, Senator Francis Pangilinan and Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
designated.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. We'd just like to ask the Secretariat if the committee report has been filed with the committee report number.
The additional reference of business is coming.
Yes. So I moved for
It's
a
already been filed.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
My apologies, Mr. President, we're ready for additional reference of business.
Secretary will proceed. Session is resumed.
Committee Report Number 43, submitted by the Committee on Foreign Relations on PS Resolution Number 312, resolution expressing the sense of the Senate for the President to reconsider his plan to unilaterally withdraw from the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States of America.
Mr. President,
To the calendar for ordinary business.
thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. Committee Report number 43. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, consider the transfer is so moved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, to sponsor the measure.
All right, the resolution is, the committee report is hereby considered, and the sponsor, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to report to the plenary Senate Resolution number 312 under Committee Report number 43. The resolution is entitled Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate for the President to Reconsider His Plan. The resolution will now be entitled Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate for the President to reconsider his plan to withdraw from the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States of America in the meantime that the Senate is conducting a thorough review of the same. Senate Resolution number 312, authored by Senate President Soto, Senator Drilon, Senator Lacson, was filed after and in reaction to President Duterte's pronouncement to terminate the Visiting Forces Agreement, or also known as the VFA. According to the resolution, the VFA provides for the regulatory mechanism by which the United States military and civilian personnel may visit temporarily in the Philippines in connection with activities approved by the Philippine government. On April 28, 2014, an additional agreement in the form of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement was entered into with the goal of supplementing the existing VFA. Although the resolution concedes that the President is the sole organ and authority in the external affairs of the country, it requests the President to reconsider his planned abrogation of the VFA in the meantime that the Senate is conducting a thorough review of the same. The Committee on Foreign Relations conducted a public hearing on the VFA last February 6, 2020. During the said hearing, Foreign Affairs Secretary Teodoro Locsin Jr. stated that the termination of the VFA must be weighed in terms of the overall national interest of the country. Secretary Locsin listed 4 areas where the direct benefits derived from the VFA are most manifest. The Foreign Affairs Secretary said this will be in respect of Philippine defense, military, and security arrangements. Some of the benefits mentioned are, number 1, the VFA ensures operability of other Philippines-U.S. defense agreements and modalities of cooperation. Number 2, the VFA allows the U.S. to provide a total package approach on defense articles that would be compatible with equipment, assets, and systems that are already in place. Number 3, the VFA promotes interoperability between Philippine forces and law enforcement agencies and their U.S. counterparts. And number 4, the VFA allows for continued support for addressing non-traditional security threats. Moreover, according to Secretary Locsin, the following is an enumeration of 6 areas where the indirect benefits of continuing the VFA are manifest, or put differently, may be put at risk should the VFA be terminated. Number 1, the Philippines' international standing as viewed by other U.S. allied countries is maintained. Number 2, recent actions by the U.S. have shown its renewed commitment to its defense obligations to the Philippines through the pronouncements of Secretary of State Michael Pompeo and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper during their visits to Manila in 2019. Number 3, the existing goodwill and friendly relations between the Philippines and the U.S. may be compromised. Number 4, Philippines-U.S. robust economic relations may be affected. The U.S. is the Philippines' 3rd largest trading partner at $18.7 billion US dollars. That's end of 2018 figure. And the U.S. is our biggest export market and our 4th largest import source. Number 5, the healthy state of our bilateral trade, investments, and tourism may be imperiled. The U.S. is the Philippines' 5th largest source of investments, accounting for some 12.9 billion pesos in 2018. The U.S. is also the Philippines' third largest tourism market with over 1 million tourist arrivals in 2018. Finally, with respect to official development assistance, or ODA, the U.S. is the largest source of grants, accounting for 36.89% share of total grants in 2018. And the total amount of grants for that year was $886.4 million US dollars. And number 6, U.S. assistance facilitated by the VFA may dry up. From 2016 to 2019, the U.S. provided substantial development assistance in the amount of $336.306 million US dollars. On the other hand, during the course of the hearing, there was also mention of how the Philippines will be disadvantaged, or of how the Philippines has been disadvantaged by and has suffered with the lopsided provisions of the VFA and the unequal treatment provided to Filipino soldiers visiting the U.S., contained in the counterpart agreement known as the VFA-2, which provides for the treatment of Philippine defense and military personnel and their dependents visiting the U.S. for training or other official purposes. The following impositions underscore or highlight the unequal treatment of Filipino soldiers under VFA 2. Number 1, while U.S. military personnel shall be exempt from passport and visa regulations when entering the Philippines, for Philippine military personnel, the U.S. will issue them multiple entry visas, but the U.S. Embassy reserves the right to deny visas to persons ineligible under U.S. laws. Number 2, while Philippine authorities shall accept the driving permit/license issued by U.S. authorities for the operation of military or official vehicles, the U.S. shall accept as valid the driving permit or license issued by competent Philippine authorities in accordance with the Geneva Convention on Road Traffic. Number 3, in terms of criminal jurisdiction, custody of any U.S. personnel over whom the Philippines is to exercise jurisdiction shall immediately reside with the U.S. military authorities if they so request, from the commission of the offense until completion of all judicial proceedings. In the case of Philippine personnel, when requested, the Philippine government will ask appropriate U.S. authorities to waive in favor of the Philippines the right to exercise jurisdiction, except when the U.S. Department of Defense/State determines that U.S. federal or state jurisdiction should be exercised. And number 4, for U.S. personnel in conflict with the law, confinement or detention by Philippine authorities will be in facilities agreed upon by Philippine and U.S. authorities. For Philippine personnel in conflict with U.S. laws, he is confined or detained in penal institutions for the custody level of their prisoners. But this is just to name a few and to highlight that there are arguments in both sides of the coin. So in relation to this, it was also noted that the VFA that we have with Australia is more equitable to us than that of the U.S. and may be replicated to serve as a basis for renegotiation of our VFA with the U.S. if we so desire, or for future VFAs. So, Mr. President, therefore, a careful deliberation of these matters must be taken into account before finally arriving at a decision which will ultimately affect not only the security and economy of the Philippines, but also that of our neighboring countries in the Asia-Pacific region. I'd like to stress that the subject resolution does not take any side, except that it basically requests the President to reconsider the announced plan to withdraw from the VFA while, or in the meantime, that the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines is conducting a review of the said agreement, which we have already started. That would be all, Mr. President. Thank you very much. So I move for the approval and adoption of the subject resolution after the co-sponsorship speech of the Senate President.
Thank you, Senator Coco Pimentel. We'd like to recognize the distinguished Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Thank you, kind sir. Thank you very much. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, destiny has located our islands in the easternmost fringes of the Asian mainland, dominated by China. Early land bridges are said to have connected us with our neighbors in Asia, and more particularly Southeast Asia. This accounts for the Asian features of our physique and the presence of Chinese enclaves in our communities. The Muslim faith came to our shores by way of Southeast Asia. Western nations reached us by way of the seas, the Pacific Ocean, in search for territory and spices. Now, since 1521, we have played host to colonizing forces from Spain, United States, and Japan. Our family names echo American first names and Spanish surnames. We are the crucible of races, religions, and philosophies. Although historically, these nations have greatly contributed to our country's identity, we have evolved to be independent and sovereign. Sovereignty entails non-interference from other sovereign states. However, it doesn't mean total isolation. International and diplomatic relations come into play to link our complex world. In this modern time, international relations is essential for many reasons. The promotion of successful trade policies between nations, nations' cooperation with one another, advancement of human culture, and maintaining peace and order for stability. In a developing country like ours, it is more beneficial and prudent to maintain, if not gain, allies than challenge this status quo. Our country is currently benefiting a lot from our partner states, which include the United States of America, despite its geographical distance from the Philippines. We have had ups and downs in our relationship with the United States, just like with our other allies. But our common interests outweigh our differences. Thus, based on the foregoing, it is my view that the better way to go is to review the Visiting Forces Agreement and ask the Executive Department to reconsider its intent of abrogation while the Senate, who is a partner in this agreement, is reviewing, as this main sponsor, Senator Pimentel, Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, mentioned. Therefore, I urge the support of our colleagues for the adoption of Senate Resolution 312. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President Soto. Mr. Majority Leader. There was a
Thank you,
motion. There was a motion to adopt.
Yes, Mr. President.
There are amendments.
We have proposed committee amendments.
Okay, Mr. President, I move that there being no member wishes to.
Sponsor?
Are you going to sponsor? Ah, yes. May we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Zambales?
The gentleman from Zambales, Senator Dick Gordon, is recognized.
One minute suspension for this.
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to say that I'd like to commend our Senate President. There are three equal branches of government, as we know, the President, and we concede that the President is the one who is the architect of foreign policy in the country, Mr. President. The Senate, Mr. President, part of the Congress, is distinguished in the fact that in the Constitution, it is provided that all treaties or executive agreements must pass to the Senate and be ratified by the Senate. Coincidentally, the Minority Floor Leader, about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, filed a resolution that says that from here on, all agreements or treaties must go through Senate ratification. But of course, this does not cover the VFA because it haven't been done many years ago. Having said that, Mr. President, if we are ratifying a treaty as important as the VFA, Mr. President, it is also, the converse of this is also true, which means that we should be able, at the very least, to discuss the issues, because these are very important considerations involving national interest, national defense, and certainly our military, who will be at the forefront of any shooting war just in case anything happens. Having said that, Mr. President, it is the humble representation by yours truly that I think and I believe that the Senate should give very serious consideration to this matter. And that is why I fall foursquare to support the proposal to send notice that the Senate, paraphrasing it, must be involved in the discussion at the very least. In fact, I would even go further, that we should even, if necessary, come out later on with a resolution expressing our desire that we take part in the process of abrogation, Mr. President. That is part of the opinion made by one of the justices of the Supreme Court in the United States involving Goldwater versus Carter, when President Carter decided to abrogate relationships with Taiwan. And Goldwater, at that time, Senator from Arizona, went to the Supreme Court. He won in the lower house, saying that the treaty must be reviewed by the Senate. And then he lost in the Court of Appeals, and then went to the Supreme Court. They said it was a political question, and there was one opinion rendered by the justice that said that if the Senate so desires, it should express by way of resolution to the executive its desire to be consulted insofar as this is concerned. Now, Mr. President, the VFA is a very important document. I am very, very close to this, I may say, if I may say so. Having been the former mayor of Olongapo City, which had U.S. military bases, at that time, you know, I've been called names even in UP as being an amboy because of my position on the bases. Because at that time, there was no cogent effort on the part of our country to come up and strengthen our military. And let me just say, Mr. President, that we lost a lot of time and opportunity. When we had the bases, we could have used the time to enrich our country, use the ties with America and our allies to get investments into our country, so that, to a certain extent, we enrich our country, but at the same time have the ability to enable our military to be able to exert itself with its own capabilities, Mr. President. That is why I'm a great admirer of the Japanese. The Japanese are a very homogeneous people. They're very nationalistic, super nationalistic, Mr. President. And having said that, I will remind you that they are also always concerned about their national interests, as we should be, as we must be. Having said that, Mr. President, you can see that to this time, from the Meiji Restoration in 1863 to 1905, the battle cry has always been enrich the country, strengthen the military, which is what China has done, which is what Korea has done, which is what other countries have done, like Singapore and many others, to the extent that we have become the sick man, and I hate to say that, in terms of military strength and credibility of military capability in the Asia-Pacific region, Mr. President. And because of that, again, this is another missed opportunity. If we give up the VFA, I will not put out scare scenarios, but I think this is a time when we should really be able to draw more support, if you want support. But as far as I'm concerned, we should really try to use this as leverage to try and get more in, not assistance, but credible contributions to our economy and to our education from America, for example, Mr. President. Now, it is well known that during disasters, the American military has supported our country. And later on, when the base were gone, the Chinese also tried to support our country as well. So to be fair, this will happen. The one thing that is a common denominator is dependence. We are still dependent until now upon the help of other neighbors, Mr. President. And this is wrong, Mr. President, because I think every self-respecting country must have the capability to defend itself, not be dependent upon others for security, and to be able to make sure that it must depend on others when there are, serious considerations such as national emergencies or disasters, Mr. President. I'll give you an example. We have 5 C-130s, Mr. President, on the list, and yet only 2 are operating. And the C-130s are the workhorse of any military. If we need to withdraw our people in Wuhan, if we had 5, it's not too far a hop. We could have sent 3 of our C-130s and bring back our people from Wuhan. But alas, 3 of them are out of order. And there you see a picture of the C-130, which is one of the best, most utilized aircraft in terms of projection as well as logistical support for our soldiers and for our people in times of disaster. We don't have that, Mr. President. Now, when you start comparing our capability with other countries, take a look, Mr. President. The Philippine Air Force has 4 S-211s, 4 lead-in fighters, the F-A-50PH, made in Korea, 7 attack aircraft called the OV-10s, which is very, very old, Vietnam War vintage, and C-130 airlift. 2 are working, 3 are not working. And I just got that from the Philippine Air Force in our meeting the other day. And if you look at this representation, Mr. President, will show Singapore, for example, has the F-35, which is one of the most modern fighter aircraft in the whole world. I think they call it the Raptor. And we're looking at Senator, there you go. The F-35 is there. And Singapore has 4 of these. Singapore has about 40 or 60 F-15s. They have 40 F-16s, Mr. President, Falcon, Mr. President. About 60, I'm just relying on my memory. Now, having said that, Mr. President, guess how much this F-35 costs? It costs $90 million US. What is our budget right now? 197 billion pesos, which means that if you multiply the F-35 by 50, you will have practically, what, 450 billion pesos? Which means that one of these is really much more than our budget already. So, and if you look at the F-16, I think they cost about $15 or $30 million, one copy. So again, that you need to buy, to use our budget of 197 billion, you'll have to have about 4, we can buy about 4 or 3 of these, Mr. President, insofar as armed forces are concerned. The F-15 is another bird that they fly, which is a very, very high performance supersonic aircraft, and they have about 60 of those, Mr. President. Now, when you consider that we have a plane that perhaps when it starts flying, the F-35 can see it. Even without seeing it, it can fire a missile already and destroy our aircraft right away. Of course, these are worst-case scenarios, Mr. President. But upon the other hand, Mr. President, let us go to a very more basic example. We have soldiers in Ayungin Shoals, Mr. President. Now, remember that the Scarborough Shoals were, free for the Philippines to fish to, and that is part of my province, Masinloc. It's called Baja de Masinloc. The moment the Americans left, Mr. President, suddenly the Chinese showed their true colors and they started occupying Spratlys, even building artificial islands and putting up aircraft, airfields, Mr. President. You can see some of them. You can see that they did something about it. When you look at Ayungin Shoals, we are using an old vessel, a derelict, Mr. President. A derelict for our people, our military, who go out there and go at the forefront of war, just in case. And now, if you remove the VFA, Mr. President, it will be so easy for the Chinese, as they did in the Paracels, against the Vietnamese. They decimated the Vietnamese in the Paracels. I would like to show you, if we can, the Ayungin Shoals, para makita natin ang diferensya. Take a look at that. No? May mga airfields, may mga tankers, may mga kompleto sila. They can land, they go in there as well as they could. So that is why small countries, unequal treaties are the result of unequal bargaining stance. We always say the treaties with the United States are unequal. But in reality, unequal powers are the result of aggression, Mr. President. If we are bereft of the capability to defend ourselves, that will invite aggression. And if you're simplistic enough to say, wala naman tayo nakukuha dyan, hindi naman tayo didepensa niya mga yan, the point is, Mr. President, I go back to history. If you look back at World War I, World War II, America did not go right away into the war. They had to settle with their local constituency as well. They had to declare war, and when they declared war, hirap na hirap sila. And when you went over to Japan, it took about 2 years of the phony war in Britain and France, who declared war against Germany when it took over Poland, and another 2 years before the Americans came in. And at that time, they were even lending the British, UK, United Kingdom, lend-lease 50 destroyers, and they had to give bases all over the world in return for American help. So nothing comes free, Mr. President, in the world. And at that time, that's why the Americans have Diego Garcia, that was originally owned by the British. And that is why they have all these other islands, and all the British technology were passed on to them, including radar, Mr. President. That was the arrangement made by General Marshall with Prime Minister Churchill at the time. So it doesn't mean that because we have an agreement, they will come to our defense. The third point, Mr. President, is they will come to our defense. I'm sure of that. In fact, the Secretary of State has said that. And the Secretary of Foreign Affairs quoted the Secretary of State of the United States. And what am I trying to point out here, Mr. President? When you have the situation and expecting that America will support us, nobody will help somebody who doesn't want to help himself. I would imagine that if Taiwan was attacked, with bombs and everything, the Americans would immediately go there because it's in their strategic interest. Japan, on the other hand, is a war-ready country, although it has renounced war practically, Mr. President. But in the islands of Japan, the Chinese and the Japanese have played chicken games. They bump into each other's ships. You never heard of Japan saying, America, help us, because they're capable. And they have even videotaped some of these encounters in the Senkaku Islands, claimed by China and the Japanese. But I bet you if the Chinese bomb Japan, America will come right away. It will take a little while, but they will come right away. If the Filipinos our countrymen allowed ourselves to be manhandled by another country in the Scarborough Shoals, we did not show any sign of resoluteness. We listened to the Americans, and we got taken. They picked our pocket. They said, if you withdraw, China will withdraw. And true enough, we withdrew, and they never left. And that is really sad, because it is the product of very, very small thinking on our parts, that nobody, again, owes us a favor when it comes to national interest. Now, going back to the VFA, if they suddenly attack our little force living on a derelict ship in Ayungin Shoals, what can we do? We can't even supply them regularly. They're being harassed by Chinese vessels all the time. And if they attacked us and we don't fight back, America will not fight for us. But if we fight and we get killed in the process, and I'm sorry, that's part of the duties of a soldier in our country, and I'm not being, I don't take it for granted, but that is a fact. They are sworn to protect and defend the country. I think if that happens, we can appeal to the Americans to at least come in and be, like in Taiwan, put up an aircraft carrier in between China and the Kemoy Matsu Islands, or between Taiwan, and that may happen. But again, it depends on our self-respect, on our ability to communicate what our intentions are, Mr. President. Having said that, therefore, I can go on and give you all the arguments, Mr. President. I can say that right now, the Senate President ought to be commended, because the more important argument right now is that the Senate must be consulted. If you consult us, insofar as a treaty is concerned, because we are a co-equal branch of government, so too, when you abrogate a treaty, that the executive, no matter who is, even if it's a different face now, I believe in my heart as a lawyer, although I concede that the primary thinking is that the architect of foreign policy is the president, the fact remains that there is a special provision reserved for the Senate to ratify treaties, especially in the nature of basis, especially when there are provisions that say we accept the generally accepted principles of law as part of the law of the nation, which means that This is a law. A treaty is a law of the country. And what do we do with treaties? If it's a law, we can amend it, we can revoke it, and that is the prerogative of a Senate, Mr. President. But I'm not going to assert that here right now. I don't think it's timely yet. I think the President also has some strategic moves in his pocket, and we should respect that. I will be the first one to say, let the President handle foreign policy until, for example, like in a declaration of war, all presidents of the United States have even gone to war without Congress. And that's what really sits in the Congress of Truman's Crow. They allowed him to go and wage a police action war in Korea. And they even endorsed, without declaring war against Vietnam, in the Tonkin Gulf Maddox Joy Turner incident where America claimed they were attacked by the Vietnamese. So, it is dangerous, therefore, for the Senate to relinquish that duty. It is not a right. I consider it a duty. We are representatives of the people. We all campaign nationally. That when something like this happens, Mr. President, we should stand up and say, let us at least debate it. Let us go on television and when we debate, so that the public will certainly know what the fundamental issues are, so that at least the people have a say on the matter. Especially when you start thinking of surveys, and I don't really believe in surveys, Mr. President. It's time and place. It can change. For example, several surveys have shown the Filipino people are adverse to what the Chinese have been doing, so they don't like the Chinese. In survey after survey, the Chinese are not popular in this country. And survey after survey, the Americans are popular. That's their luck. But to my mind, we should take a look at ourselves, our souls. What is really our position? How do we position ourselves, not only with our neighbors and with possible adversity, but how do we position ourselves to the people of this country so they themselves know? Because if the people of this country are not part of the decision-making, then we will not win anything, Mr. President. Sapagkat ang palagi ko sinasabi, pag nagsama ang leader at ang tao, at naniniwala ang tao sa leader, lalabas ang galing ng Pilipino. Automatic yan, lalabas ang galing ng Pilipino. So, Mr. President, for the previous statements made, Mr. President, I'm not even going to go to dollars and cents on our budget, one of the lowest personnel, that 197 billion pesos, 119 billion goes to personnel. Ang natira na lang, Mr. President, pambili natin. No, we still have to worry about a ballooning pension problem in the military. And if we're not ready to do that, we are not a country that really knows how to bite the bullet. When war waged in World War II, the Americans had to build, ultimately, a 7 million army, Mr. President, at the end of the war. But in the beginning, they only had, like our army, 300,000 troops or 400,000 troops. By the start of the war in 1941, they had built up to an army of 2 million. Now, I heard some of our colleagues at the lounge today saying, when you go to Israel, you see women and men, young people, young men and women, carrying M16s on their shoulders, having coffee, having socializing. Why? Because it is a citizen army that is ready. We don't even have a citizen army. We don't even have an ROTC, Mr. President. So how do we expect to defend ourselves if not only do we have a strong army, a strong air force, a strong navy, not only do we have enough military hardware, not only do we not have enough personnel, and not only do we have enough intelligence assets, Mr. President, and the war is now being waged by way of things like, drones. They have littoral ships that are stealth. They can go to our shores. Singapore has 8 submarines. We don't even have a midget submarine, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, on those thoughts, I would like again to say that I support the position of the Senate President, asserting the Senate, and I congratulate Senator Pimentel and the committee for having come across and brought it to the Senate right now so that we can all discuss this and so that we can tell the President, pakinggan naman nyo rin kami, Mr. President, because we respect you. Kayo ang architect ng foreign policy. Pakinggan nyo rin kami para kung sakasakali, makita natin kung ano ang tunay na pupuntahan ng ating bansa. I'm not going to say, oh, we have a weak military. That speaks for itself. I don't even have to say that. I'm not going to say we're dependent. I'm not going to say I told you so. When America left, we took care of Subic. We take care of business of Subic. I personally led taking care of Subic, Mr. President, and Clark, and Mariveles Bataan, and John Hay, all these former bases, and we did that, Mr. President. but we did not take care of our military. We claimed we were really converting it into a modernized army. We did not, Mr. President. And so, again, this is not so much as a stand on VFA, but a stand on strengthening our military. We have to have a strong military if we are going to be respected by all countries of the world. So, Mr. President, on that note, I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and allowing me to make my discourse. Although, I did not read anything because I feel very strongly in my heart that I can defend this standing up with my mind intact. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Mr. Majority Leader?
No other member wishes to interpolate, sponsor the
Sponsor.
measure, Mr. President, and interpolate and move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
We'd
have a
like to
few-
recognize the chairperson for committee amendments. Mr. President.
The chairperson, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized
Thank-
for the amendments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few very few amendments. On page 2, I move
Page
to
2.
delete the last preambulatory clause, the last whereas clause, because the subject matter of this paragraph is already mentioned in the next whereas clause. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
On page 3, I move that we insert a new whereas clause after the fourth clause to read as follows. This will mention that the Senate has already started the review of the VFA with the hearing last February 6. So the clause will read as follows. Whereas, the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations conducted a public hearing on the Visiting Forces Agreement last February 6, 2020, and has started its review of the same. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
And then on the last page, the operative clause is moved to be amended to read as follows. Now therefore, be it resolved, as it is hereby resolved, to express, as it hereby expresses, the sense of the Senate, to earnestly request the President to reconsider his planned abrogation of the Visiting Forces Agreement in the meantime that the Senate is conducting a thorough review of the same. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The Minority Floor Leader is raising his hand. The Minority Leader, Senator Drilon, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman just yield a couple of questions
Yes, sir.
on this particular issue? The proposed resolution expresses the sense of the Senate. Would the gentleman agree with me that this is a political statement? It has no legal effect at all.
Yes, Mr. President.
And it is not binding on the President.
Yes, Mr. President.
It is not binding on anyone.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, would the gentleman go one step further and assert that the concurrence of the Senate is needed in the withdrawal of treaties by the President?
Not at this point, Mr. President, because it's actually there is what's that, 305, no? That is a subject matter of a separate proposed Senate resolution number 305, which we should tackle at the proper time, because we are just tackling proposed Senate resolution number 312,
Yes.
which precisely has this appeal to the addressed to the President, Mr. President.
I am raising a legal issue to the good sponsor. We know he is steep in law. He is number one in the bar examinations. And I suppose we would like to have the benefit of the erudite legal mind of the good sponsor, whether or not, in his view, the Senate's concurrence should be needed for the withdrawal from a treaty. And we are we're asking for this as a theoretical question. Hearing Senator Gordon, for example, citing Senator Goldwater, citing Senator Goldwater, who took the view that the termination of the treaty with Taiwan should have the concurrence of the Senate. The Supreme Court did not rule against this position, but refused to rule on this question on the ground that it is a political question. Under our system, a political question is no longer a ground to decline a ruling. So it is indeed something that is ripe for resolution. In fact, there is right now an issue in the Supreme Court on the withdrawal from the Rome Treaty, and that is now pending. The Senate has not stated any position, and maybe this is an opportunity for the Senate to express an opinion on this point, and that is why we are begging the good sponsor to share his legal expertise with the chamber insofar as this is concerned.
Yes, Mr. President, if I could also beg the indulgence of the minority leader that I should not express my position right now, because I'm keeping an open mind, and precisely we are going to continue hearing proposed Senate Resolution number 305, and we have requested the Office of Treaties under the Department of Foreign Affairs to share with us also their knowledge and their expertise on this particular issue. And I assure all our colleagues here that we will reach that time and period when we will be discussing now the substance of proposed Senate Resolution number 305.
We recognize the position of the good sponsor, but can the good sponsor include in the whereas clause that pending before the committee is proposed Senate Resolution number 305? Is it 305?
305, sir, yes.
305, which expresses the legal position that the concurrence of the Senate is required in the withdrawal from treaties. We are saying very, very clearly, we just cite this resolution as pending in the committee, and we are not asking for a definite position to be taken. Is that in order?
Well, I'm looking at the main author, the Senate President, and it's acceptable to him. And it's also acceptable to me because we can mention it as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Because it can flow after the whereas clause which mentioned the hearing, which started the review, and we can introduce another whereas clause.
Okay, so
Whereas,
it is yes.
The Senate President is giving a thumbs up.
let the Senate President.
We recognize the Senate President.
We concur, because we are merely stating a fact.
Yes.
We're not saying that it is correct or wrong. So
It is pending. It
it's
is pending for
pending.
the
It's pending.
committee.
It's
Yes.
indeed pending in the committee. So
Okay.
let it be.
Okay, so
So
if the good sponsor is willing to accept that amendment, subject to style, we so submit this motion for the consideration of the body.
yes, just for proper order, so can I now have the amendment to the operative clause approved first, and then I will now move for the additional whereas clause of the minority leader.
Whatever is the pleasure of the gentleman, and if it's
So,
in accordance with our correct procedure, yes, we have no problems with that.
so Mr. President,
Yes.
I move again to amend the operative clause as I have read earlier.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Now we go back to page 3. And
Which is the
then,
last paragraph.
Yes, now we go back to page 3 and insert a new whereas clause after the whereas clause mentioning the public hearing to read as follows. Whereas pending before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations is proposed Senate Resolution number 305 entitled, let us be factually correct. We will just ask the
Yes. Well, yeah, we can just copy the title.
entitled Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate the termination of, or withdrawal from, treaties and international agreements concurred in by the Senate shall be valid and effective only upon concurrence by the Senate, which is still under study by the said committee.
Yes,
It says pending in the
ju-
beginning.
just for the record, Mr. President, we have ratified about 20 or so treaties, which includes the provision that the withdrawal from the treaty should have the concurrence of the Senate. So it is, we have already established that. We have repeatedly ratified, or we have concurred in the ratification with that colatilia. And we are just spreading this on the record.
Yes.
We do hope that the committee can consider this when it tackles a proposed Senate resolution number 305.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
So what's now
So-
the pleasure of the
So
sponsor?
there's a pending motion for the insertion of a new whereas clause, subject to styling,
Style.
proper styling by the Secretariat.
Okay, is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's carried.
And,
Yes, Senator Gordon?
Could you just repeat it again, because I'm following what is happening in MOA, where the President is speaking right now. I would like to be able to listen to this. Mr. President, I'd like to manifest something, if I may.
Sure.
My manifestation, in answer to Senate President Drilon, which I thought, former Senate President Drilon, Minority Floor Leader, is that this is an act by the Senate to express our sense. We're not putting our foot into the debate right away. There are options that we can take. And this is an act of courtesy to the office of the President, that we are expressing our sense para pag-isipan muna natin to be sure. No? At kung hindi mangyayari, then we will have to go to the resolution saying, you need our concurrence. That is where we are right now. And that is the parliamentary situation, if you will, Mr. President. Because right now, I don't want to say anything yet, because I think you all know already what I think he's going to say. He's already said it, and I don't want to say it here. So that we still have wiggle room to be able to say what we want to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, just in response, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator
In fact,
Drilon is
in
recognized.
20 or so, I think 25 of these resolutions concurring in the ratification of a treaty, we have already stated a legal position that a withdrawal from this treaty would need the concurrence of the majority or two-thirds of the Senate. And this flows from the fact that, as the good gentleman from Zambales asserted correctly, that when we give our concurrence to the ratification of a treaty, it becomes a law of the land, part of the law of the land. If it is part of the law of the land, therefore a repeal of that law should also require the concurrence of the Senate. That's all we're saying, Mr. President. Anyway, as we
yes,
said,
thank you. Yes, sir.
that matter will have to be debated upon when this resolution, proposed resolution 305 is taken up. And I think we're just urging the committee to take a good look at this legal issue. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you,
President.
sir.
Thank you. I think there's
Just-
a
yeah.
request by Senator Gordon to repeat the
It's done. It's
the
done.
last.
It's-
I don't know if
Yes,
Senator.
So, just a reminder to the Secretary that when they style the proposed amendatory whereas clause, they make sure that it is a statement of fact, just that it is pending before the said committee.
Yes, pending.
That's it. Thank you very much.
I think that's
So,
clear now. Yes,
Include also,
Senator
Mr.
Drilon.
President, include also as a statement of fact, the fact that we have included this requirement of concurrence in about 20 ratification, concurrence in the ratification of treaties. That's a fact. That's borne out by the records.
As a statement of fact, yes, to be captured in one whereas clause. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, subject to style.
We accept the amendment.
Senator Bato's favorite phrase,
last
subject
amendment,
to style.
Mr. President,
Yes,
that
Senator Coco Pimentel.
that the title of the resolution be amended to read as follows. Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate for the President to reconsider his plan to withdraw from the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States of America, in the meantime that the Senate is conducting a thorough review of the same. That's all, Mr. President, if that would be approved.
There being no objection.
Yes, there being no is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader?
With that, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President. Close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. There's any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to approve the measure, committee report number 43. I move to adopt.
Let us request the Secretary General to read the title of the measure as amended, Mr. Majority Leader. If we,
Yes, Mr.
we
President.
allow the Secretary General
Yes.
to read the title of the measure.
Yes. Yes,
Because
Mr.
this is an
President.
amended. Yes, Secretary General is directed.
Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate for the President to reconsider his plan to withdraw from the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States of America in the meantime that the Senate is conducting a thorough review of the same.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the proposed Senate resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby adopted.
I believe we'd like to recognize Senator Bato.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let it be reflected on records, Mr. President, that I abstain from voting on this resolution.
You
Thank you,
wanted
Mr.
to put
President.
that on record.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
You sure may. The manifestation of Senator Bato is
Recorded,
hereby
duly
recorded.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
President.
Majority Leader?
Yes,
Have to go. I have to go. I have to go na. May visa na ang Senate. May visa.
yes, Mr. President, with that, we have no other matters to take up. But I'd like to put on record just my thoughts on Senator Bato's abstention. First of all, just shows magnanimity. He could have objected to this, but I know this is personal to him, but yet he stood up above the fray and stood up as a statesman, Mr. President. And we thank him for that.
I think we all agree. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with that, I move to adjourn session till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, February 11, 2020.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 11, 2020.